Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Broadband Committee meeting for Thursday, November 27th, 2025. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 1:04, and I'll be looking for an adoption of the agenda. Do I have any committee members? Councillor McCauley makes a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Call the question. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Looking into the minutes from the previous Broadband Committee meeting, are there any errors or omissions that were noted by any committee members? Nobody was here, but I'll make a motion to adopt those minutes as presented. I'll call the question. All those in favour? Those minutes are adopted. And we'll move on to Corporate Services, Section A, Broadband Project Updates on page 6 of our agenda. And I will pass the floor over to Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Chairman Northcott and Council. Just a little caveat to the start of this project update. I've kept it short because we're going to have a marketing update, and what I'm going to do is combine it and give it to council for your review at the next council meeting. So these two, project update and marketing update, will be combined into one document for you guys to review at the council meetings. Previously, what we've been doing through Broadband is we do our broadband update, and then we post it also for the council to read at a future council, as the Public Works has their own update too. So just sort of word of what we're doing. Oh, sorry, the little device isn't there. Oh, sorry. No, it's not working. Oh, sorry, guys. No, it's angry. Oh, there it is. So, network construction. We've had health and safety. We've had 24 incidents, no critical incidents, just 24 incidents, meaning people not putting cones out or stuff like that, or parking in the right spots. All those kind of incidents are the typical problems. Guys aren't they're standing too close to the truck or something, and our inspectors notice it and sort of say, we're right up an incident and stuff like that. So those are some of the things. Civil construction, we've done about 321 kilometers. Average kilometers per day are 2.3 kilometers per day. And the cable installation, as we saw this morning, and for the general public, typically goes a lot quicker because it's you're not digging holes, you're just blowing fiber in. That's about 3 kilometers a day. We've done about 147. And the fiber connection program is just early days. You probably see on in our next section with the marketing, you'll see more on exactly what's going on in the Fiber Connect update. Oh, that was the incorrect one, sorry. Oh, no, sorry guys, sorry, I read the wrong sheet. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Jenna's just gonna go to the right one, sorry guys. No, yeah. I'll let her go. Oh, okay. So it's a little bit different. Sorry about the confusion, but we'll go back to civil construction. Civil construction means, for the listening audience, is the conduit going in the ground, the vaults, all the drills across the roads, and all those kind of things. All the work that's in the ditch. We've done about 343 kilometers, on the average about the same 2.4 kilometers a day. Cable installation is about 140 kilometers and about 2.8, so it's gone down a little bit, probably weather related. Homes passed, 932 homes passed Rocky, homes ready for service, 228. And the Fiber Connect program is, early days, but we'll, again, as I was speaking to, we'll have that more updated in the minutes, or in the marketing update that's coming after this one. Next one. Might as well just use the original, like the one that's online. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you so much. So by UBF project area, this is the progression we're going for. So Universal Broadband Fund is what UBF stands for. They give us a number to designate what areas are per area. So it breaks down here. We should have put the names beside it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll put that on the next time. But 3250, for example, is the Ferrier area. And it's about 75% civil construction done and about 9% cable done, and construction complete total 40%. And that includes design, everything, design and finish of the project. And we typically hold 10% back on due to contracts. There's a disposition right now for the Crimson Lake area, just past where I think they're called summer homes. But there's about 4 kilometers there that we have to get permission from Alberta Parks, and that can take, 3 to 6 months plus to get. So we're still sort of waiting on that. So we've pushed that over to 2026 to get that last 4 kilometers done. The other ones are going along about the same for process. And this is what I mean, I'll be posting for, typically what we do is we're gonna be posting this online so that everybody can see, like constituents and council members. The other one that's sort of ongoing is 7123, which is Nordegg north side to be built. Just the north side where all the rock is and fun stuff is going to be finished up well, as soon as the snow breaks a little bit, we'll start that up again. But that should be done fairly quickly. I think there's about 18 kilometers left to do on the north side. And then there's the new project 515510, where we got accepted from Government of Alberta and Government of Canada to do these more areas and sort of fill in the blanks where we didn't have before. So there'd be a fair amount of questions on that, but we'll go to that in the other presentations. So Fiber Connect program started on the 21st and will continue. Actually, the Fiber Connect program will continue past our March 31st, 2027 deadline as we go forward, just to make sure that everybody's served as the best we can. Oops. There. Sorry. These are just pictures of the construction. We like to put these in so that people know that what they see equipment on people's roads, residents and stuff, that it's actually is us and stuff like that. So it's a fair amount of pictures I've included in this one. And so this is along a tree line. We try to stay as close to the property line as possible to avoid the downslope of the ditch where the water is, all those kind of things. More pictures and sort of along the roads and whatnot, what's happening on all the fun. And then these are vaults and pedestals and marker posts there, just so people when they're driving by will know, like for the general public as they see, this is what's in those cases that they see on the side of the roads in their areas. So, and again, a little picture so that, people can see what's inside. There's not much in there. It's not too exciting in the bottom of the hole there, but that's how we bind. And again, the one in the middle is what would be coming to somebody's home, that one gray cable, and that's what a lot of people will start seeing once we do the Fiber Connect program. And then thank you for listening to the project update. Again, in the future, I'll be these a lot more detail, and I'll be, instead of combining it into two, I'll just combine it into one to make it a little a little less onerous. And we'll be publishing everything on the website so everybody can see what's going on.
Thank you for the presentation and the updates. Does council have any comments or questions? Councillor Humphrey?
Yeah, I have just one question. It was brought forward to me by some residents. And so we're hauling dirt into on these holes, some of these holes that have been hydrovaced and stuff, so we're hauling dirt in. And their concern is that we're not bringing contaminated dirt that has weeds and stuff. Has it been tested or?
I don't know if it's been tested exactly, but we do buy topsoil for it, like proper black dirt, I guess they call it. But so I don't
That
know
was
if
their concern, was just that we're not introducing more weeds.
And actually, what we're gonna be doing is part of the closing of all these RFPs is for them to go back at the end of the year, like when they're done, they let it settle and everything, they go back and rake it and they'll do grass seed on those areas that are patched. So in the ditch, if there's a big black spot now, cause grass doesn't grow in the winter, they'll come back, they'll rake it nice and level, and then they seed it too. Just so you know. And that's part of the contract, so that if the contractor doesn't, we have a holdback on them until they actually do it.
We'll have a weed control. We've got people that do that, that'll be going around checking it.
Oh, yes, we do have inspectors, yes.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion or any other questions from any members of council? If not, I'll move on to item B, under corporate services on page 17, and again, I'll pass the floor over to administration.
Okay, and then I'd like to just introduce Meg Shepherd from Arcadis and Keith Potton, and they'll be doing this part of the presentation. Sorry, got a sore throat. Oh, is item B the financial one? Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. So item B, and then you'll be doing the presentation also.
Yeah, so thank you, and in turn, Keith Ponton with Arcadis. I lead the broadband practice, and we are retained as advisors to Clearwater County. I'll introduce my colleague who is joining us online. His name is David Pickett. He's a financial specialist, and he will be taking us through the financial presentation. So David, I'll ask you to come off mute, brief introduction, and please take us through the financial presentation.
Thanks, Keith. Hi, everyone. David Pickett from Pardell Ventures and sub-consulting with Arcadis. Just so you guys know, I don't have visibility into the presentation. So I don't know if it's possible to share that screen with me through Teams or oh, excellent. There we go. Perfect. And yeah, just a little bit about my background. So I've been, consulting with the Arcadis team and the folks at Clearwater County for the last couple of years now, and happy to speak about some of the financials with you guys, following up on the broadband strategy document that we did at the end of 2024 that I think I presented to the committee in early 2025. And just a bit about my background, I'm a chartered business valuator and a financial advisor for businesses, governments, and Indigenous communities, based in London and Toronto with my consulting practices. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So today we'll walk through a couple of the key financial areas, from the strategy, as well as kind of incorporating some of the project updates that you guys have heard where applicable. The first bit we'll talk about is on the capital expenditures, but we'll go all the way through talking about operating costs, the different revenues that were incorporated as part of the strategy. further kind of explaining wholesale access revenue as part of the open access model that the county is planning to deploy with the network, especially with the fiber to the home projects. We'll cover break-even cash flow and the analysis that we did as part of that strategy. And then we'll look at financial planning projections and sustainability and some of those impacts from the financial outlook. Next slide, please. Perfect. So starting with project capital expenditures, what we have here is we've got a multi-year initiative to deliver high-speed internet services to residents and businesses in the county. So the county is not intending to deliver that directly, but to basically have the underlying infrastructure that enables other third-party ISP partners to deliver services to the residents and businesses within the community. Over top of the fiber to the home infrastructure. So some key kind of highlights, that we should pay attention to on this slide. So the total project cost, including, the prior backbone investments, the fiber to the home project investments, the total cost comes to 140 million, but the significant portion of that is being funded by grants from, a couple of different sources, mostly from Industry Canada, but you've got the Connect to Innovate Fund, you've got the Rapid Response Stream, and then most importantly, the Universal Broadband Fund as sources for the 87 million, and in partnership with the government of Alberta for certain elements of that funding. It's all still pretty much managed and administrated through the federal government. What that does is it does reduce the net cost to the county to about 52 million. And what will you guys get for that? So, you'll have 230 kilometers of fiber backbone spread out across the county into a couple of different key areas. You'll have, over 2,000 kilometers worth of fiber to the home network and distribution that connects into a significant number of homes, but will also pass businesses as well. So, we've estimated based on, our analysis with the funding and the designs that it will cover approximately 4,700 homes. There's 2 towers that were constructed with the funding and a secure co-location facility in Rocky Mountain House, which is needed for, connecting the middle mile and last mile network in Clearwater County back into an internet exchange and connecting to the broader internet. So there's service beyond just kind of in the local area. If we look at the 2 graphics, the first one just kind of splits up the, project capital investments by project. So as you can see kind of early on, the bulk of it was in the backbone. So a couple of towers, some transport and high capacity fiber. So it wasn't necessarily connecting homes, but it was building those kind of highways of fiber to get out and extend into the communities and connect kind of strategic areas that we call pop sites. And then as you can see, as we've gone through 2025, you start to see the shift in project capital investments start to go more towards the fiber to the home projects. We've got the project numbers listed there, but also have indicated kind of the geographies that they align with. And then it further continues into 2026. So 2026 is projected to be a very busy year on that front, given the funding constraints with the grant that's being provided. So there's deadlines in 2027 that are required. So, time is of the essence in order to get those done and get those, get those assets basically in the ground and connecting homes. That's the priority of the federal government. So the blue line that kind of spans across that graphic, that just demonstrates the net investment per year that the county is making. So as you can see, the expenses all kind of total a much larger value, but because of the grants, they're offset. So that's why you don't see that blue line, necessarily going across the top of the bar graphs that are stacked. The second graphic on the right kind of takes more of an aggregate and wholesome perspective. So there we look at, the total project capital spend, basically combining all those different colored projects into one. So we're looking, whole program wide. And then looks at the grant funding. And I have grant funding and donations because there was a small part that was donated for a project. I think, it was not insignificant, but, it was like, I think less than $1 million of services and assets that were donated. But it's included within that grant funding and donations block. So as you can see, the green, the difference between the green and the blue is essentially where that darker blue navy line represents the net investment. So it doesn't change from graph to graph, but it just gives you a more wholesome perspective. So the accumulated investment, that's the kind of new addition to this graphic that shows, if we were to then accumulate that net investment year over year, that's how it kind of builds up to that 52 million over time. Next slide, please. So we'll talk about revenue next. There are a couple of different forms of revenue that the county's investment in their broadband assets can deliver. The first one we'll talk about is the wholesale transport and infrastructure revenue. So what that really represents are fees that the county can earn by leveraging, their passive dark fiber assets, their conduit, and even space on towers, as well as space in the Rocky Mountain House facility or at some of the various POP sites that they've got on the network. And it's essentially kind of passive leasing revenue. Those are kind of predictable long-term contracts that you can get with your carrier and ISP clients who would potentially, house their equipment at some of those sites and pay for either rack space or pay for, an attachment space on the tower, or, they would lease a dark fiber. So, they can then put their own equipment and deliver a signal over it, and what we call lighting up the service and the fiber. So that one is the dark blue, which, early on kind of represented a big part of the strategy and our forecast. And there are some kind of positive, market. There's conversations that are coming in to signal that there is some interest in that area. The next one we'll talk about is the lit services. So that's basically the next phase where when you go beyond just leasing out the dark fiber, some carriers may not want to make that additional investment in the equipment that's required to light up that dark fiber. So the county has and owns equipment that is capable of lighting up that fiber for that carrier. And so they would buy kind of an extra value added service as part of that by, taking some capacity from the county's equipment and buying a lit service. There are two examples. You have some wavelength services, which they're essentially like private lines, point to point lit service connections, normally just within the county. And there's also direct internet access. So that is a service that can be sold that involves kind of that point to point in the county plus a connection back to Calgary at Data Hive so that they actually connect internet, and it includes all the typical internet services, but it's a private dedicated line to the internet. Those types of services are structured as monthly recurring revenue on term contracts. And, that also is a potential growing service for the county. There's been some positive feedback with some of the county's partners in subscribing to some of those services. The next one is wholesale open access. That one, as you can see, is that kind of light blue bar within the chart and graphic on the right. That one, is contingent really on on the fiber to the home network being constructed, because with that model, it will basically include the transport that the county has with its middle mile fiber, the last mile fiber that is constructing with the fiber to the home projects, and the equipment that is delivering a service over top of that fiber, right to the home, where there will be a demarcation point where another ISP can then connect in and serve the customer. So with that service, it's basically framed around a shared revenue model, which is tied to subscriber adoption. So rather than a carrier paying, a fixed price for a contracted service, if they acquire a customer but don't need to make the capital investment because the county has the infrastructure going all the way up to the resident's home, all they need to do is market and convince the customer that they need to buy service from them, and they can then connect with the county's network and share a piece of that retail revenue in a wholesale service charge. So that's kind of the largest and potential growth area based on the investments that are being made. And we've noted that as a strategic driver for rural connectivity. So those types of models are growing in acceptance and popularity, not just in Canada, but globally. And then the final piece is non-recurring revenue. So non-recurring implies, one time, not necessarily predictable. We can still forecast that where we know kind of what's driving some of that one-time revenue. So some examples of that would be installation fees. So if someone needs to pay for getting connected, or if there's a customer that wants to do a custom build out or a special project to extend the network, like if you have a large business that is not quite on the network but is interested in service, they could provide some revenue to share and pay back some of the cost it takes to go and ultimately connect them. I just want to note as well that the forecast that you see there in the graphic was based on that prior work that we did in 2024. So the amounts shown, they are subject to change during future budget deliberations and the inclusion of the Rocky East project. So that was not a project that we had full detail of when we did the analysis. And, we do plan to review that and revise projections in early 2026. Next slide, please. So then, we've talked about capital investment, we've talked about revenue. Now let's talk a little bit about operating costs. So I think the key thing to note here is it's predictable. There's a lot of fixed costs that are involved with operating a network. There are some variable costs as well, but the majority of the costs are fixed. And any of the variable costs that we do see, they pretty much scale with the footprint and subscriber additions. And I'll get to that in a moment with some of the graphics. But because they're primarily fixed, I think what that does is it shows that there's predictability. Some examples of fixed costs we've got network operations. So that includes, network operations and customer support. It includes some of the software systems and things like that are tied to supporting the network being able to operate, billing systems, provisioning, so that the wholesale service can be provisioned to the correct ISP for delivering of service to the customer. That also includes kind of some gateway costs, which gateway would be, costs that the county's network would need to pay to get from Rocky Mountain House back to a local internet exchange to then connect to the broader internet. Without that, you would just have a very kind of expansive private network, and you wouldn't actually be able to connect beyond with other providers and extend the network beyond just the local footprint, really. Some staffing costs, some administration costs. But I think the key thing to note here is that most of those are contracted and stable. So there could be some growth expected with them, but they're normally, identified within the contracts that underpin the costs that are incurred there. The next point is on variable costs. So, I mentioned that they're tied to measurable drivers, like the footprint expanding or some subscriber additions. The key areas there that are exposed to some variable cost, maintenance. So as the network grows from 100 kilometers to 200 to, potentially 200 and so kilometers in backbone to over 2,000 in distribution and access and last mile fiber. The combination of that means you've got more assets out in the market, exposed to the elements, exposed to degradation and erosion and things like that. So maintenance costs are expected to rise as the footprint expands. And so that's a key area where, there are some fixed maintenance costs, especially for things like equipment, things that don't necessarily have to scale with the growth of the network. But then with the actual fiber footprint and things like that, there are some variable costs that we've estimated in forecasting out the operating costs. But as you can see, they don't represent in the graphic on the kind of lower left, they don't represent a tremendous amount. Those costs can be managed quite well. And then, network operations. So I think the key variable cost there is around so there are contracts with a OSS, BSS solutions provider. And part of that is tied to subscriber additions. So as a new subscriber comes on and needs service provision to them and has billing associated with it, there's a kind of variable cost per subscriber, which is, again, it's not a large amount, but it does kind of grow as subscribers start to get onboarded onto the network. And so, we kind of indicate the change in variable costs on the graphic on the lower right. And as you can see, the orange bar, it does grow, but not too much. So the growth pattern that we see with those graphics mainly is that there is a sharp footprint expansion through the build period through 2027, and it drives that initial OpEx increase. But we do expect costs to stabilize post-build, and there are some opportunities to identify some cost savings as some contracts will be coming up to term as well. And then I think finally, the certainty, just to emphasize that as well. So based on contractual rates and industry benchmarks, all those things were used to inform that forecast. And again, as the program matures, administration is going to seek cost efficiencies where applicable. Next slide, please. Okay, so given that we mentioned the wholesale access revenue was that large blue bar a couple of slides ago, I think it's important to kind of go a little bit further and break that down. So just want to note that the revenue that we're assuming here is illustrative. It's an example. It was based on another rural Alberta ISP, and the splitting up of that revenue and attribution to various layers in the telecom supply chain has been kind of underpinned and supported with my market knowledge as well as other industry benchmarks. So just wanted to disclaim that before we get into the analysis. So we know that the forecast and the strategy identified open access as being the largest potential revenue stream. And I think an important thing to know is that that's going to be derivative or derived from, residential retail fees that are paid, and then a wholesale charge or a percentage of that being paid for the use of all the infrastructure and operations that are behind the scenes that the county owns to deliver that service. So this pricing model that we have here, we've got the example of $90 a month for a average retail service. with that that $90 per month, we would expect that the service provider that is dealing with the customer, they need to make a margin. And that margin that they make needs to cover their cost of customer acquisition, some marketing, and some of the tier 1 customer support. So if someone calls because they've got an issue with their router or some issue with the service, they call that service provider first before it gets escalated in case it is not an issue just with their layer of service. So once we take the margin piece out of it for the service provider, then we've got the wholesale access fee. So, here we've assumed $65 a month, which, ties to the strategy and the recommended open access wholesale charge on average. And then that's the black bar in that graphic on the right. That then kind of can be attributed to the county's operations cost, as well as their cost to maintain the infrastructure. And so the graphic there just shows kind of how what the average person pays for service needs to get split up across those 3 main layers: service provider layer, operations layer, and infrastructure layer, and then where the county's wholesale fee kind of sits. So it sits between the service provider layer, but then that is going to go to cover operations cost and infrastructure cost. Thank you. So then we've got break-even cash flow. So we do note that the project experiences deficits in the early years until the operations mature and the network begins to kind of gain that utilization. You've got subscribers they've got drops connected. You've got service providers that are actively marketing over the network and pursuing connections for residents, and then also then paying those wholesale fees. We did forecast by 2029 that there would be a break even from cash flow for operations. I do want to note that that excludes any additional investing cash flows or required equipment refreshes. It's all purely based on the operations. So that signals that operational sustainability can be reached with the revenue getting to that point to then cover those operating costs that were budgeted and forecast. It signals that there's no longer any deficit, and that once you see those kind of gray bars growing on the right, then you've got cash flow that you can choose to fund reinvestment and refreshing some of the equipment on the network, or funding working capital within the operation, or potentially returning that value back to the county to use proceeds for other purposes. Next slide, please. And then the financial planning, projections, and sustainability. So it kind of builds on that last slide where we looked at kind of just the operating, looking at revenue, OPEX, and potential cash flow that comes out of that. But I think what we need to kind of also consider is, okay, so in order to do that, how many subscribers do we need in order to get to that point? So the analysis that I did there was, involved a bit of an accounting a formula, which we call contribution margin. So what all that is really, when you take revenue and you subtract your variable costs, it tells you how much margin you have to be able to pay down your fixed costs. So if you have more, like if your contribution margin exceeds the amount of fixed costs that you have, because variable costs have already been netted off, then you've essentially broken even. And we need to understand how many subscribers kind of does it take to get to that point. So we looked at kind of the growth of the subscribers over time that we were forecasting. We looked at the fixed cost element of our forecast. And then we looked at the contribution margin, which was taking the revenue from our forecast and netting off those variable costs. And so that point where the kind of blue, dark navy blue line crossed the red fixed cost line, that's where we again got to that same break even year within the forecast of 2029. And then we had to go and look at, okay, with the number of fixed costs that we have in that year, what was the kind of average contribution margin per subscriber? And then, do a mathematical formula to derive how many subscribers at that average contribution margin covered all those fixed costs. And that came up to 2,232 on the network, which represented roughly at the time 50%. Now, with the inclusion of the Rocky East project, there's potentially more subscribers and more cost that's involved there, but it did signal a positive signal. And yeah, I think the another key point to note there is, we've got kind of that as a KPI, key performance indicator. But I think it's critical that, not just relying on the ISPs to market and go and talk to the residents and businesses. I think since this is an asset for council, getting council support to promote and drive adoption within the community is going to be critical in achieving those targets and getting the operations to break even. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
My pleasure.
Are there any questions from the committee or Councillor McKay?
I have a few, but I'll try to keep this brief. With regards to your comment to the Rocky East project, that revenue not being included, was the capital expenditure of that portion also not included in the CapEx of this presentation?
So it was included in the first slide, just to highlight, in that 140 million.
Okay. I guess.
Yeah, so that the cost of that project is included in the total 140 million project cost estimate. And yeah, but the 2024 strategy that we didn't have kind of confirmation of those details, so it didn't include that. So the additional potential revenue and potential variable cost and potential bump to fixed cost was not included in that. So that's why I had that qualification that, advised that we would need to revise that in early 2026 to get, an update on that.
So,
Sorry, Mr. McKay, I think I'm going to pass the floor over. I think Mr. Hagan has some information he could provide as well.
Yeah, actually, David covered it right at the end there. What I was going to point out is that due to the time constraints of getting this prepared for this meeting today and have this opportunity for discussion, didn't allow us to build that in, plus some of the other variables that have changed since 2024 when this analysis was first put together. That's exactly what David's working on now and will be brought back to this committee in early 2026 is, amongst other things, the Rocky East component of the operating revenue and expense, as well as some of those other variables and the newest grant opportunities and so forth that have been incorporated and are starting to come forward now. So it will be very much an update, but that takes some time to prepare. So that will be coming in the new year.
Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
so in that case, would it be accurate to say that we could see an increase in capital expenditure due to this portion of the project as well? It doesn't seem like there's a lot of certainty on
Specifically,
costs.
Rocky East.
Correct.
Rocky East is in the capital overall. On the first few slides, this is really looking at the operations, the operating revenue versus expense going forward and so forth. So that's the part that we need to incorporate. Rocky East capital expenditures were included in the 140 million slides that you saw earlier.
So we will not see an increase in capital expenditures. It's 140 million
That's the
to
most current
project
figure.
completion?
That's the most current figure we have, yes. Incorporating everything we know about today. So it's all the UBF projects, it's Rocky East, also incorporates the original core backbone construction. So that is the whole picture to date. So on the capital side, it's a complete picture. On the operating side, we have to build in these new variables.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Powell.
Okay, I just have a few questions. Thanks for the presentation. One of the things you said at the end was about council promoting and helping drive this project. I just want to make sure I've got some numbers clarified here. So the cost is 140 million, 87 million in grant, so 52 million dollars currently it's costing the county. When I looked at the projected revenue for 2029, it was around 2 million. And then when I looked at the projected operating costs for 2029, it's around 2 million. So there isn't really a revenue that's being generated in 2029. So when I go to explain this to the 40% of the residents, they're not included in this. I was just wondering how I'm supposed to do that. I understand 60% of the residents are included, but I'm not sure what to tell the 40%.
So the 60% that we noted was basically it's demand based. So if they want to, if the network goes by their property, they have every opportunity to sign up, and I think the potential for the uptake of customers on the network is better. Like, I think we were pretty conservative with our estimates. Typically in these open access models, we see more than a 50 to 60% uptake, given that you have multiple service providers that are addressing the community. You're not just buying from one particular service provider, which may, have a poor customer service record, or, you've got multiple that are essentially buying wholesale from the county that can then go and address the market. So you're not just getting revenue from one provider. You've got potentially 4 or 5 that are out there marketing the county's infrastructure and service. So I think, we were conservative in our estimate, but we see in other markets, including in rural Alberta, where that percentage is a lot higher. So as far as the 40%, and I apologize if I'm mischaracterizing the 40% as you've asked in your question, but we would hope that they do want to sign up and get onto the network, and we hope that they could buy from one of the service provider partners as the network continues to grow.
Okay, if I can just have one more thing to that.
Yes, please, Councillor Powell.
Just not understanding completely the broadband project, and I understand there's a backbone that's put in, and I'm just thinking of the 40% of the people that I would have to speak with. The ones that aren't in direct access to that aren't ever going to have that option, and if we did give them access, that would increase this cost, the 140 million. Am I correct? Just so I can explain this correctly. Thanks, Mr. Hagan. I just need to make sure I understand this. Thank you.
If I may add just a little bit to if I understand where you're going with this, the total cost would be the 140 million to run by roughly 61% of the homes in Clearwater County, and you're just wondering what the additional cost would be to physically run the infrastructure to the other 40% of the homes for quality and fairness?
I think that would be my question, only because when I was out campaigning I do definitely have some people who are really excited to get on broadband, but I had about 80% of the people that are frustrated. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the numbers going forward, that this would increase the $52 million to have, the 40% of the people not on there. Correct? Thank you.
Mr. Hagan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and maybe if I can just provide some clarification, if only from my own mind, because some of these numbers are very close. So we talked earlier this morning that through the UBF, Universal Broadband Fund, grants, that the county would be able to service roughly 61% of the properties in the county. leaving 39% that would not be directly connected to the county's network. As well, when we talk here specifically about the take-up rate and so forth, we gotta be careful, because what we're also assuming is all those houses that we pass where the network is going to be, whether they were specifically funded by the UBF grants or not, we're still gonna offer internet connection services. And our assumption is 50% take-up of those houses, whether they were eligible or ineligible. We're looking for 50%. Optimistically and realistically, based on industry standards, it's typically closer to 60%. But we're being conservative and holding that back in our estimates. If we achieve 60% or better, we're going to be doing better on these projections than what we're looking at here. So it's not a worst case scenario, but it's not the rosiest of cases we're looking at, because we're trying to be conservative on this. So I just want to be clear that we're talking about the same 60-40 as we're talking through this as well. Does that help?
Thank you. I'll just continue listening for now, but thanks.
Councillor McKay, go ahead, please.
I believe Macaulay was first.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, Councillor Macaulay, go ahead, please.
Where is the breakdown point where we have not enough subscribers to fund the service? What is that number?
So I've forecasted and calculated the number that you need in order to get the operations to, like, the revenue to cover the operating costs, so that there's no additional requirements, to budget for and require external, whether it's external financing or external support from the county. I think if it's basically anything less than that, right? If you have less than that number that we projected in the forecast, that would imply that, unless there are concerted efforts to identify certain cost efficiencies, you wouldn't sustain that without requiring additional support to run the operation at a deficit.
Has anyone done any work on the average cost to the homeowner? So what would it cost the average person to hook up to the service?
Well, we did inform connection fees, so that was part of that one-time revenue. So I think in the strategy we had a connection fee that we would charge a homeowner to connect onto the network up to a certain point, and then I don't have that in front of me at the moment, but basically it would cover the average distance from kind of the public right of way to their property. If they happen to have a property that's a little bit over, like let's say they've got a larger lot size, etc., then they would pay that average, plus for the additional meterage over the average, there would be a cost.
I was just wondering if there was a average done on the average property in the county. What is the length from property line to home?
Yeah, so we did do an analysis there, and I don't have that number handy with me right now, but that was considered in coming up with what we should set that one-time connection fee to be.
Do you have any further questions at this? If you do, we can get back to them a little bit later on, Mr. Macaulay, so thank you. I do have a question for the 39%. What is for the 39% of the households that wouldn't be located close to the physical infrastructure? What would be the projected cost or the estimated cost for fairness and equality across the municipality for all residents? What's the projected or estimated cost to build out that additional 39% of infrastructure?
That's a good question. I think it would be less than if there wasn't an existing or planned network going in, because you at least are closer to getting to them for future investment. I think that would require a little bit of a more detailed kind of design and technical analysis, just to kind of understand where those particular points are and then estimate the cost to extend the network out to connect them.
I'm sorry,
Mr. McDonald.
sorry. Also, we are going by places that are unserved, and we're actually going by and we are dropping connections to that. So those people haven't been counted in these numbers that we're going by. So these numbers again will change. If that's sort of what I'm saying. So you're very close to some of those numbers. These are just serviced by Universal Broadband Fund, right?
Mr. Hagan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Rocky East project is addressing some of that 39% as well, correct?
Councillor McKay.
Two-part question for Mr. Pickett. First of all, after March of 2027, the cost of fiber to the home will be 100% on the county. Was that considered in your projections?
So the projections assumed that the cost of construction would be completed by March of 2027. And so therefore the funding would be earned on the capital side by that date.
But in order to bring subscribers on, we have to provide them with fiber to the home services. And your subscribers don't really start increasing that much until 2028, 2029. So that
Correct,
would be
yeah.
after the end of the grant availability, would it not?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So in the forecast, what we also do have and have accounted for incremental expenditures to connect the drops. So basically you'll have a customer that will have the network passing their home, but they'll still need the county to fund the drop, which will then connect them, and then they'll pay a connection fee, which pays back part of that drop. That drop cost, and so that has been accounted for in the forecast.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, have you extrapolated this graph to show a projected ROI on CapEx?
Yeah, so I have done that analysis, and there is. I mean, if you're looking for a positive kind of return on investment, it's not going to give you like a very attractive net present value or an internal rate of return. I think if that was the case, you would have had private telecom companies, making the investment to come in and serve, the community with fiber. But I think. There is the potential down the road of having that investment paid back, as long as the operations are run kind of efficiently.
And just to clarify, Mr. Pickett, what is that timeline exactly?
It's long term, so you would be looking at, it would be over 20 years.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments or further discussion at this time from council? If not, we'd be looking for a motion to accept the presentation for information.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor McKay makes the motion to accept the financial presentation for information. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. We'll move on to item C under corporate services on page 27, and I'll pass the floor over to administration again.
Sorry, I'd like to introduce at this time Meg Shepherd and Keith Potton to do the presentation for marketing update and demo.
Do I have controls now?
Yeah, you should have.
Okay, oh, yeah. Good. Thank you. I'm gonna walk you through some of the marketing initiatives, and I'll try and go as quickly as possible. So why marketing matters, and we've talked a little bit about this morning, but basically with customer adoption, as the numbers that David just walked you through, as you increase customer adoption, the higher success for this project overall. Improved awareness equals customer signups. We've talked about that. This is not an easy subject to understand. There's a lot of terminology, so we need to improve the awareness of that. What does fiber broadband really truly mean? And one of the most important things is we need clear and consistent messaging. We need to be saying the same thing. We need to make it easy to understand because we're talking to a variety of different residents. Everybody has different needs that they're looking for. So part of our marketing objectives for 2026 will be clear and consistent, and I'm going to even add simple messaging to improve the trust and transparency of this project. Here we go. So our objectives really work through, we start at understanding and listening to the community. So we have had a survey out there on the Marketplace website, which Keith will show you later. We've had up to 400 surveys completed, and they have told us what is truly important to them. So, for example, one of the number one initiatives, or the number one reason that people want the fiber broadband project to move ahead is for home security needs. We know how important that is, and unfortunately today what they feel, for the residents that complete the survey, their current service provider does not give that reliable and big enough service to properly run home security systems. That's just one of the examples of some of the feedback that we've heard from actual residents here. The other thing, second thing that we've heard, they want something that's reliable. So not just something that's cheap, they want something that's reliable, meaning that it works. It works all the time, and it doesn't matter if there's one person on the internet, if there's a family of 6 all doing different things. They want something that is as reliable as when they walk into a room and they turn on a light switch, the lights work, or when they go to the tap and turn on the water comes out. They want to be able to open up their devices and have the internet work. Again, going back to why marketing matters, we need to build the awareness and understanding of what this project means to every single resident in the county. That will drive up our signups and our adoption rates. We're also looking at creating advocates and champions, and we've already heard from some people in the community that are super excited. I'm sure you've heard from them too, super excited, and they want to help us spread that word. Because there's nothing better than hearing from your neighbor, your friend, your coworker about something new that works. So that's what we're working on with the Corporate Communications Department here. And then lastly, once we have good adoption of this, we are going to look at increasing digital literacy, innovation. What does the future of the internet bring for our residents? Again, going back to our survey, the number one need that they wanted for reliable internet was home security. The second was monitoring and the Internet of Things. People know the internet is bringing new opportunities for their residential life. You know, smart meters, Google systems, Alexa, all those things. Typically, some of the homes can have up to 20 or 30 different connected devices. They know about that. That's what they want for their future of their home, for their kids, for their grandkids. So back in September, we talked about an exercise that we were going to do. So again, no two residents are alike. Even around this table, probably none of us have exactly the same households. So what we've done, hearing from residents in the community, sorry, I keep calling them customers, but residents as well, looking at some of the reports that are available to us, we've broken up sort of the entire Clearwater County residential base into different categories. So we call these personas. We have some different names for them. And we look at who are going to adopt this technology quickly and who are the ones that are going to help influence us. This also helps us, how do we communicate this? And Councillor Cermak, the last time I was here, you mentioned, not everybody is very quick on the internet or on Facebook or something. So we need to communicate in different ways. We can't just do Facebook ads. So what we did with our Fiber Connect program, for example, the first things that we did was newspaper and radio. That's how they're hearing about this news, because a lot of people listen to the radio. They might not be looking at the internet. We're advertising in 3 different newspapers. We're going to be putting up posters in all of the different community facilities, and we're also doing social media advertising. Because we know Each one of these different categories of people consume their media and consume their information differently. So we have to say that clear, consistent message across multiple different channels. We also need to talk about that message slightly differently. We don't want to start talking about the Internet of Things and all these high-tech gizmos and gadgets to somebody who just really wants to maybe watch Netflix and do some internet. So we have different ways of talking to different audiences, especially if we're start talking to like an agri-tech community. We're going to talk about some of the innovative internet-based tools that a farm or a ranch could be using. That would be a very different discussion than maybe talking to a mom who's got 3 kids who are gaming at home. So we have to cater our messaging and our channels to each one of these groups. As I mentioned, we're looking to doing an ambassador program. We actually had a meeting yesterday with one of the Chamber of Commerce members who's very excited, probably would fall under that connector category. And we're looking to have ambassadors, multiple ambassadors for each one of these categories that will talk to their community in the language that they want to hear. We're going to be doing a podcast series out in the community to show where broadband will help them best. And really what we're talking about for 2026, and as you saw from the numbers from David, that's our critical year for marketing. And this is to get the message out about the Clearwater County Broadband Network. This is separate from all of the advertising you're going to hear from our retail ISPs who are trying to get the residents to sign up to their internet services. So I call this legacy in motion. Really, this is the beginning of creating this long-term legacy for the county. So I just talked about doing the community engagement and awareness with our ambassador program. Next, we'll have partnerships and council leaderships, and this is where we need council here to help spread that message consistently and clearly to your constituents so that they better understand what this project is about. This is also talking with the chambers, and as I mentioned, we've already heard from one chamber that they want us to come out, talk to their members. We're looking at doing a number of different events to different audiences throughout the county in 2026. Retail ISP collaboration, that's key to the success of this program. As I mentioned earlier today, we already have 6 internet service providers that see this as a great opportunity for them to come in and provide their services to residents. And that's really, the basis is the home internet, but we're also talking about security, video, TV, home phone options. And we'll be working with them to basically create a toolbox. We're going to be sharing with all of them all the information that we know about the Clearwater County specific residents, because again, Clearwater County is not the same as the county next door or anywhere else. So we'll be sharing that, and we'll be creating a marketing toolkit for them. Economic development, that will be part of our strategy in 2026, to then start going out and talking to different businesses that can capitalize on this open access network that you've built here. And that talks earlier today about what we were talking about with the GDP of $1 invested resulting in the $4.25 long-term GDP, which we saw with Interior BC study. And lastly, this is about impact and legacy. So happy customers equal happy residents. We're looking at keeping the current residents in the county happy, their children to stay here, their grandchildren to stay here, and we're building the backbone so that they can expand their careers, they can be successful, they can be happy here in Clearwater County. With this, we also have, because we've created this open access network, we have this opportunity to keep those ISP companies honest and legit as well. So we can track, if we see that a lot of customers and residents are switching from one ISP to another, we can actually have that conversation and say, hey, what's going on with your operations? What's going on? Like, are you having issues? The open market will control the pricing, right? People are going to gravitate towards those ISPs that are offering the service that they want and the pricing that they want. That was one of the other interesting facts that we heard through the survey, that residents want to deal with real live local humans. They don't want online customer service reports. They don't want to be dealing with overseas customer service reports. They want real humans here in the county or in Alberta who know who they are, who can come out to their property if they're having troubles and can fix things in a timely manner. This is just an example of some of the previous marketing materials that you've seen. So this was, a lot of these were built around the Engage sessions. You can see there's a large billboard there. I think there's six throughout the county, which announce the partnerships between the Government of Canada and the Government of Alberta and yourselves. So these are some of the things that have been already done. And these are hot off the presses. Again, these are just samples. The door hanger that we have, some of you have samples are, you'll see it's not the exact final copy. But this is announcing our Fiber Connect program. So bringing fiber from the street to the side of their properties and installing the equipment that we saw this morning. So we have sandwich boards. So when AFL, who is our contractor, who is out there knocking on doors, when they go into a community, they're putting a sandwich board at a main intersection so people understand, okay, who are these people coming to my door? The sales reps are in high visibility vests with their AFL branded logo on it. They also have a Clearwater County toque. They also have a dual branded security badge that shows their picture and that they are authorized by Clearwater County to be knocking on the door. And we've also informed the RCMP. So every area that they're going to be knocking doors in, we will inform the RCMP so that people get a door, someone knocking on their door and they're uncertain, they call 911. RCMP will say, no, we understand, this is AFL, they're in Crimson South today, or something like that. The door hanger, so that is a talking piece, but if somebody is not home when they go, they can leave that on their gates or their doors with their contact information on that. And then that's an example of the newspaper ad that we've got in the 3 print publications this week. And I think that is the end of mine.
Alrighty, thank you for the presentation. Is there any discussion from council?
I think there is just one more piece to this section that I'm going to present.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen using Teams Online and take you through the online marketplace that is currently active and allows residents to inquire as to the status of their address and the status of the project. Pardon me? Yeah. A little bit bigger, yeah. So this is, what I've got on my screen right now is the county's website under the broadband section. I'm just gonna scroll down through some project information and go and click on the project website, which is right here. So what that brings me to is a project website that residents can interact with to find out a lot of information about the project. So if I scroll down, there are many screens here for residents to go through, understand what the project is about, talk about, there's information from past public engagement sessions. There's a survey that residents can interact with. I'm going to focus on the project construction status. So if I click on this, it will bring me to a map of the county, and we will have the areas highlighted here, and I'll just zoom in for illustration purposes. There are 3 statuses shown on this website. There are areas that are under active construction, and there are areas where construction is planned under this program, and the remainder of the county is shown as the status of under consideration. So if I scroll down from the map view, we can go to very specific areas and go and understand by area name what the status is. And I'll show you in a second how each resident can input their address and find out what the status is for their particular property. So I'm just gonna go back one screen. And so if you are looking at this website as a resident and you're wondering if service is available at your property, you can type in your address here, which is your blue sign address. I'm going to type in an address of 9 Country Lane as an example. So I find my address in the drop-down list and I click on it. And I confirm. And the address is found and I'm a residential customer. So what this website is telling me is that my address is within an area that is under active construction. As the project progresses and active construction completes and this area is ready for service, then a new status will appear on the map indicating that the area is ready for service and residents can start placing orders for service. In a future enhancement of the website, we will start adding information with respect to the Fiber Connect program, where residents can sign up and indicate their desire to have a Fiber Connect installed, so the actual fiber installed from the road to their home. And we will allow residents to interact with us to place orders and requests for that construction to happen. So this website and this functionality that you're seeing is live today. What I'm going to switch to next is a demo site that will be launched early in 2026, which will help you appreciate the functionality of the online marketplace that will be launched with all the retail internet service providers that are interested in providing service. So I'm going to go to my other tab. Okay, so this is the demonstration site of the marketplace that will be launched in early 2026. I'm going to go to my same address, 9 Country Lane. My address, and in this demonstration, there's service available at this address. So I'm going to be shown a choice of service providers that I can request service from. To be clear, all the service providers listed in this website are fictional service providers for demonstration purposes only. As we launch this site, these will be replaced with real retail internet service providers that have signed up as customers on your network, and they will be able to advertise their retail service packages, what the costs are from them on a monthly basis, if there's a startup cost, a contract period, or a cancellation period. And your residents can go through this site and see the entire menu of services that are available. The screen that's popped up first is just focused on internet and Wi-Fi. So if you can see my cursor top left, there's a tab for internet and Wi-Fi services. These same service providers can offer television services. So some service providers may offer television along with their internet package. They can market that on this marketplace. They maybe want to offer home security solutions. So they can also market home security solutions through this marketplace. And an example of agri-tech, if a service provider wanted to offer a specific agri-tech product or service, they can also market it through this marketplace. So it really becomes a one-stop point for residents to not only sign up for basic internet services, but for your retail service providers to market their services through this marketplace. So if I decided that I wanted service from CLE Smart, their Stream Smart 500, I could click on that service. And service-specific information would be shown here. And if I decided as a subscriber that that's the service I wanted, I would click on Order Now, and depending on the commercial terms of that service provider, service would be provisioned at that moment in time. So this is an automated provisioning system, and services would be turned up based on the service provider's business rules. If they wanted, it could go through a screen of payment processing if they require a credit card, or if they're willing to offer service and collect in arrears, then that's up to the individual service provider. But it makes it very easy for residents to sign up, to choose a service, and depending on the commercial terms they've agreed to, if they're unhappy, to cancel the service and to choose another service provider. All the choice is done within the marketplace without additional visits to the home, and it allows the service experience to be within the resident's control. That's the functionality that I wanted to demonstrate today for the marketplace. And again, this is a demonstration site, and we'll be looking to launch this site early in 2026.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions? Councillor McKay.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. I will say that you guys are gonna have your work cut out for you to get to the projected uptake to make this project feasible. I have a two-part question. When did Arcadis become involved in this project?
We were hired through a competitive process in approximately the year 2000. It was through an RFP process. At that time, the company was called IBI Group, and our ownership had changed since then, and we're now Arcadis.
Okay, thank you. Now, the reason I ask that is I've heard a couple times today that one of the drivers behind this from the public is security systems and not having enough broadband or upload speed, download speed to run a security system. I think that might be outdated to state that. I mean, there's been quality security systems available for a decade plus, that some of them were running on legacy networks that don't even exist today, such as the 1X network. So I think from the public perspective, using that as a driver for sales might, might yield you some negative effects.
And again, that's part of our messaging out there. A lot of people just don't understand what 1 gig versus 50 meg and all these different things mean. And Councillor McCauley this morning was explaining too, like a Ring camera and how much data, how much speed that requires.
Yeah, there are high quality cameras out there that do require more than what standard systems will provide. But there are also many systems out there that will work on existing infrastructure. I guess I just want that to be clear.
Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
Yeah, so when you put that demo out, so you using just made up companies, are you actually, since we have 6 people that you're gonna be actually using actual service providers with actual dollar values of what it'll cost per month?
Yes,
On that demo?
absolutely. Yep,
Okay,
as
good.
soon as those commercial agreements are finalized, they will be up there.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering because that would just make a lot more sense. Shut off.
If I'm not seeing any more discussion, Councillor Levin.
The contractors that we're using for installation and that, where are their head office, where are they located from?
Which ones, which contractors?
The ones installing the cable out there with the track hose and
There's 3 different, there's contractors, there's Roll, they're from Edmonton,
okay,
Roll Construction.
roll, thank you.
I think you've seen the truck. There's subcontractors, And there's the other, the other card, CWI, Canadian Western Infrastructure, I think they're from Calgary area? Southern Alberta. And the TRAP Specializations that's doing the fiber, he's from Brooks area. And the Roll Leaf Construction, they're a subcontractor that's been around a lot. You see a lot of their trucks. I think they're from Calgary too. Well, they've got Calgary, Edmonton, their Leaf's pretty big. So is Roll. Roll's actually a global company. They're
Okay.
quite big. And then CFOC is Calgary, Edmonton, and Grand Prairie.
Okay, they're all Alberta companies then.
Yeah, there's some,
Yeah.
and I'm sure they hire some guys from Ontario or from BC or something that work for them, but I don't know who they hire, you know?
Okay, thank you.
We tried, but there's the, what's that, Western, I'm gonna get this wrong again. The what?
New West Trade Partnership.
Yeah, the New West Trade Partnership means that if we put an RFP or something out, everybody within that Northwest Trade Agreement can bid on it, whether it's BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. I think that's that group can bid on it and be treated equally and fair. So we can't just say, hey, you're from Alberta, we pick you. You can't do that.
But right now they are.
But right now they are.
Thank you.
Just so that you got a little background in fairness.
Mr. Hagan, go ahead, please.
In addition to that agreement, we're also bound by the requirements of the Canada Free Trade Act, which means we have to make opportunities open across the country.
Is there any further discussion or any other further questions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept this broadband, the Clearwater County Broadband Network Marketing Update and Marketplace Demo Presentation for Information. If somebody would like to make that motion, Councillor McCauley, you'll make that motion. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to our agenda, we have section 5, which is closed session. So I'd be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor McKay makes motion to go into closed session. Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay. Welcome back from our closed session. I'll be looking for a motion at this time. Oh, Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reed. I will make a motion that we go past 4:30 on this meeting.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is passed. And there's one more motion that we'll be looking for as well. Councillor McCauley.
I'll make that motion that the Broadband Committee direct administration to provide clarity regarding strategic options as per the closed session, with response being brought back to the committee in an open session referring to Reeve Northcott's correspondence dated November 17th, 2025.
Alrighty, thank you for the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. And that concludes the business for the day. So I'll be looking for one final motion for the day. Councillor McKay.
I'll make the motion to adjourn the meeting.
Okay. Motion for adjournment. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. Have a good evening.